conducted in accordance with City of Mountain View City Council Resolution Number 18618, in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 812-7157-5416. Any emails received by 4 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. City Attorney Chopra will make remarks, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on all 6 items listed for the closed session. City Attorney Chopra.
Thank you, Mayor. This council will now meet in 6 items in closed session. The first, item 2.1, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property 2000 North Shoreline Boulevard, agency negotiator Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director, negotiating party Google LLC, under negotiation, price and terms of payment under ground lease for site remediation. Item 2.2, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property 1600 and 1616 North Shoreline Boulevard, agency negotiator Angela LaMonica, real property program administrator, negotiating party Google LLC, under negotiation, price and terms of payment for sale of interest in real property. Item 2.3, conference with legal counsel, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3, the claimant Tal Patricia Sanders against the City of Mountain View. Item 2.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, name of case Celerina Navarro, Janet Stevens, Armando Covarrubias, Evelyn Estrada, Gabriel Rangel, Jamie Alma Aldaco, and all others similarly situated versus City of Mountain View, United States District Court, Northern District of California, San Jose Division, case number 521 CV 05381 NC. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, item 2.5, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, name of cases, James R. Zugel versus City of Mountain View et al., United States District Court, Northern District of California, case number 517 CV 03249 BLF, and case number 521 CV 07538 BLF. And item 2.6, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property, a portion of Fairmont Avenue between Castro Street and Hope Street, agency negotiator Angela LaMonica, real property program administrator, negotiating party GPRV Castro 10 LLC, and under negotiation is price in terms of payment for sale of interest in real property. That concludes the closed session announcement. You may now ask for public comment.
Great. Thank you, City Attorney Chopra. And before we move on to public comment, Council Members Abikoga and Hicks, do you have any announcements you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from item 2.6 due to real property I own near the site being discussed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I also will be recusing myself from item number 2.6 because of my real property near the site.
Great, thank you. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the closed session items, all 6, listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer on the screen. And I see 2 hands, so we'll just wait for the timer. Okay, Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Honorable Mayor Kamei, Vice Mayor Ramirez, and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you as a member of the Steering Committee of Livable Mountain View on item 2.6, the closed session item on Fairmount, Castro, and El Camino. First, let me say that as Vice Chair of the Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association, I have requested a general neighborhood meeting with the applicants so that all our neighbors can be heard on the issue of a potential sale of Gateway Park to the applicant and the relocation of the park. There have been more postings on this topic on our neighborhood list, Omnitalk, than on any other subject this year, and the public wants to be heard. All but one of the postings are opposed to the sale of the park. Beyond this, having seen the developer's proposal, Livable Mountain View is deeply concerned that the park itself appears to be a mere extension of the developer's housing development. This is because it is overshadowed on both sides by very tall buildings, and there are no prominent entrances from Castro and El Camino. Furthermore, rather than a vibrant ground floor public space, the developer's proposal includes only a token retail or restaurant presence. These issues must be remedied to produce a true gateway project of which our city can be proud. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Great, thank you. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have brief comments on 2.4 and 2.6. On 2.4, I'm speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. We have long been concerned about the services and infrastructure provided for vehicle residents in our city. And as you know, providing safe parking and curbside parking is just a stopgap measure anyway. What we really need is adequate housing and affordable housing for people. And the fact that there are compromises to the parking for oversized vehicles is really problematic, given that it's not a great solution as it is. So I just ask that you keep that in mind when you discuss 2.4. On 2.6, essentially agreeing with what Robert Cox said, it seems to put the cart before the horse and doesn't have enough of the public scrutiny before some of these questions are posed. The gateway area around El Camino and Castro is an important location in Mountain View, and historically that's been what represents to people coming into Mountain View what they are going to experience. So the nature of how that part of town is handled is really important. And then what happens with the park and accessibility to the park is also important. So again, I agree with Robert Cox, and our organization does as well. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. All right, I am not seeing any other hands, so I'll close the public comment and bring it back to council. So we will exit this meeting and move into our closed session and come back to this session at 6:30. All right, everyone, see you in closed session. Council and Shoreline Regional Park Community Special Joint Meeting of December 7th, 2021. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with City of Mountain View City Council Resolution number 18618 in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 812-7157-5416. Any emails received by 4 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. All right. And we'll just move on to item number 2, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you. We'll move on to item 3, which is our roll call. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abetoga.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matacek.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 4, which is our consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. As a reminder, the purpose of the consent calendar is for the council to efficiently and quickly consider a high volume of routine or administrative business items with one motion. Although council members may remove items, it is generally not intended for the council to have a lengthy substantive discussion on consent calendar items. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? All right, I am not seeing any hands. So I will move on to
Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see hands. Go ahead, Councilmember Hicks.
I raised my hand late, so it's not your fault.
Perfect.
I just wanted to call attention. No, you didn't ignore me. I just wanted to call attention. I don't want to pull anything. I just want to call attention to 4.9 because it's about bike lanes on California Street. There was a lot of interest. And I just wanted to tell people who are not aware that it's kind of an ability to do a pilot and see how it goes. I know most people were strongly in favor. A few people said, let's change it a little bit. And I just wanted to let people know that if that was your feeling, let's change a little bit, then ride it and see how it works and tell us what we could do better. I think it's exciting to have a pilot like this. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other council members like to pull an item or make a comment? All right. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer on the screen. Great, thank you. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Bruce England, speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. Also on item 4.9, and really just some comments here. I believe this is part of a larger project. I'm looking at page 1 of the staff report. It cites the California Street, Escuela Avenue, Shoreline Boulevard, Complete Streets feasibility study. So there are other streets under consideration, I guess, as part of that larger project. I believe that this was triggered by the fatal collision with William Ware at the intersection of Escuela and California. So I'm wondering about that, like, is this really part of that larger project, which will have some teeth in it later on? And then on page 4 of the staff report also, it says that staff will evaluate similar complete streets treatments on California between Showers and San Antonio. And it says as a future pilot project with no date. And so I am wondering about what sort of date are they thinking about? How far into the future? And I can explore that on my own, but I just wanted to raise it for your attention. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, there are no other hands for public comment. So I will bring this back to council for action, and note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the resolution attached to item 4.12. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would like to move the consent calendar and particularly thank staff for all of the work that this represents. There are 12 items on here, and each one of them is a project in itself, if not more than one. So thank you for all of that work. And with that, I would like to move the approval of the consent calendar, and that includes reading for item 4.12, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to accept and execute an agreement with the State of California Department of Housing and Community Development for $8 million in state funding for affordable housing. And I'd also like to thank our Senator Josh Becker for helping us get this grant. This is great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember Hicks.
I'll second that motion.
Great, thanks. So we have a motion by Councilmember Showalter, seconded by Councilmember Hicks, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abeykoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. All right, I am not seeing any hands, so I'll close oral communications and move on to item 6, which is our public hearing. Item 6.1 is a public hearing on the Gateway Master Plan, General Plan Amendment for 1555 Plymouth Street and North Bayshore Precise Plan Amendments. Advanced Planning Manager Martin Alkire will present the report. Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Archie Shrivastava, Economic Consultant Libby Seifel from Seifel Consulting, and Planning Consultant Chris Sensening from Ramey & Associates are available for questions. California Environmental Quality Act consultants Christy Weiss and Tyler Rogers from David J. Powers, as well as traffic consultant Dan Rubens from Fair and Piers, will also be present. Great. And I think everyone is making their way into the Zoom room.
Clerk Glaser, I'm trying to this is Martin, I'm trying to add my presentation to the meeting.
Do you not have the ability to share your screen?
I'm not showing it, and you're free to add it if you have that I sent earlier. I'm not able to share at this point. Okay.
I don't have it, so it'll
okay.
take us a minute.
I was just given access, so thank you. apologies for the delay. Thank you, Council. My name is Martin Alkire, Community Development Department. We'll be presenting on the Gateway Master Plan, General Plan Amendment, and Precise Plan Amendments this evening. My presentation will cover three things. Again, the Gateway Master Plan, review some background and policy foundation for that, as well as then move into the General Plan Amendment and the Precise Plan Amendments this evening. First of all, I think most council members are aware of the location of this Gateway Master Plan is shown on the screen. It's at Shoreline Boulevard and Highway 101, typically referred to as a Century Theater movie theater site. And that's the subject of tonight's meeting. The Gateway Master Plan is really built on a strong policy foundation found in both our General Plan and North Bayshore Precise Plan. Those bulleted phrases there kind of reflect those key policy directions that have guided the work that's been going on at this site for quite some time. And the Gateway Master Plan is the final piece in implementing the General Plan and Precise Plan for this area. In terms of specific strategy and elements that are within the Master Plan, first of all, the development standards in the Master Plan rely on the North Bayshore Precise Plan standards, and then add some new gateway-specific standards to fit this site and what the city is looking to get out of this site. The second thing it does, it coordinates improvements such as new streets, multimodal improvements, shared open space utilities. And then the third thing it does is create flexibility in two ways. First of all, it allows the development of the entire site to move forward jointly between Google and SciWest, the two major property owners, or it allows each to proceed individually as long as they can show how they integrate with the larger master plan at a future date. And then it also provides a wide range of land use flexibility, which I'll be talking about soon. But just to give a picture of some of the key kind of aspirational images that we would like to see in the master plan area, I'll just spend just briefly a few slides here. The first one kind of showing a central plaza concept that we hope could perhaps be ultimately built out in the Gateway Master Plan area to provide a place for employees and residents in the neighborhood to gather. Also provide some type of a strong retail Main Street frontage. Again, this will not be an area with a lot of big box retail or destination retail. It will be smaller types of retail businesses, but still could be activating the street as you see on the screen. And then also a neighborhood park concept within the plan area as well. Again, to give a place for employees and residents in the area to gather. In terms of specific land uses, you see on the screen three kind of sub areas in the plan: the residential area in yellow, mixed use area in brown, and the entertainment mixed use area in blue. And again, those are helping to organize the location of land uses in this area. And then those areas are integrated with new public streets, as you see on the screen in dark gray, as well as common open space and other improvements. As I mentioned, the plan provides a wide variety of land use options, as shown on the screen, from minimum amounts of land use that we'd like to see in terms of residential, minimum amounts of open space, minimum amounts of ground floor retail. Those are all intended to make sure that the plan has key placemaking elements. We feel those are very important to really realize the vision of this area. And then it also provides a lot of flexibility in terms of office, and the last column, retail, entertainment, and hospitality, provides a lot of broad flexibility for future development. These next two slides, again, here's the existing site, kind of a bird's eye view. You can see Shoreline Boulevard in the foreground, US 101 on the side there. You can see the Dome Theaters kind of in the center. That's the existing site. And at full conceptual build out, we would hope to see something like this. Again, this is not exactly what we would expect. There's a lot of flexibility, but this gives an overall sense of the look and feel and the character that we'd like to see. And you can see the intensity of buildings, the compact developments, new streets, the common open space, and then also how buildings front on Shoreline Boulevard. So that kind of how we envision it, everything tying together. There's been a lot of discussion recently in recent years in North Bay Shore about economic feasibility. This plan did have an initial feasibility analysis done in 2019. That was updated this year by our economics consultant. And just to note, we realize the first bullet point that development can be very challenging. The fees structure as well as construction costs, those are all challenging, and we're not trying to hide that fact. But again, the four remaining bullet points on the screen, we feel provide a long-term advantage to this site. It's a strong market, a strong location. There's a lot of other similar developments happening in North Bay Shore, outside of North Bay Shore, that indicate that this is still a prime place to develop. We have continued property owner interest from both Google and SciWest, the two major owners in this area. And then lastly, the city has spent tens of millions of dollars in terms of public investments in and around the Gateway area to really enhance the area and support future development in the area. The second main item tonight, general plan amendment at this site, 1555 Plymouth, shown in black there on the screen. This small parcel or narrow parcel is owned by Google, and the proposal is to change the designation in the general plan from high intensity office to mixed use center. And really for two main reasons. It maximizes the utility of the parcel. Again, it's a narrow parcel, and by absorbing it into the larger Gateway area, it provides more utility not only for the parcel, but also for the larger Gateway area. And then it also allows more diverse uses, such as residential, which is a key land use in the area. In terms of the third and final item before you tonight, precise plan amendments to the North Bay Shore precise plan. The first two bullet points, master plan language and mobility chapter maps. In your packet, there are a number of just kind of what we would call cleanup or clarifying edits to those two areas. The last bullet point, bonus FAR review guidelines. Those are also have been updated. And just as a reminder, we have about 250,000 square feet of remaining bonus FAR in North Bay Shore. The plan is in the winter to send out notices to property owners in the complete neighborhoods, and then ultimately bring to council any bonus FAR proposals for a decision. There was a supplemental staff memo posted on Friday, available on the website, which showed some additional staff edits to the bonus FAR guidelines that were really added to clarify some of the language in those guidelines based on some discussions with property owners. And just to reiterate, the bonus FAR guidelines are saying any bonus FAR proposal must be from an area within the complete neighborhood locations, which is the three colored neighborhoods on the screen. Another amendment in the guidelines is that we're providing a lot more flexibility for new residential units to be either on a project proposal or offsite, but still remaining in North Bay Shore. And then finally, we are requiring a phasing plan to describe how any future residential units will be built in conjunction or with the timing of any new office in the area. So that concludes staff's presentation. And as I mentioned, we have, or as the clerk mentioned, we have a number of consultants available, as well as our T. Srivastava, our Community Development Director, for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Mr. Alkire. So we'll start with council questions. Does any member of the council have any questions for Mr. Alkire or his team? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have one question. The
proposed revisions to the bonus FAR guidelines notwithstanding, the council will retain the discretion to authorize a bonus FAR application that does not comply with the guidelines, or I guess, and deny projects that do comply with the guidelines. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, ultimately, the guidelines are written flexibly enough with some key threshold criteria and minimums criteria, but yeah, ultimately, council has that discretion. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So late this afternoon, we got an email from one of the property owners, SciWest, asking questions on how, if they wanted to do an majority housing development with no office, how that would be viable, because the office is the carrot in this area. So I'm wondering if you can answer that question.
I can try to, I'll begin, and Martin, maybe you can chime in. Councilmember Hicks, that's exactly what the bonus FAR was intended to do. After the master plan from Google and some of the recently approved developments are accounted for, there are approximately 2,000 units left in the North Bayshore master plan. And the intention was to use the bonus FAR to partner and to incentivize the units. So SciWest has the ability to partner with other developers, and other developers would be required to partner in order to deliver the units.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Rawi-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the late hands raised. One question, TDRs, I believe there might be some still being marketed on the secondary market, at least. Those can those still apply to a gateway project proposal if some developer chose to buy the TDRs?
I believe the intent of the TDRs was either to incentivize residential development or environmental improvements to sites. So depending on where the TDR is expected to come from, there will be, I believe, a master plan required as part of it to show the sending and receiving sites and what's going to happen to those sending sites as part of the project. We haven't yet seen a TDR proposal, but we're happy to review one when it comes in.
Actually, I meant the TDRs from, like, I believe Los Altos School District. I think there's still some to be to sell because of some of the projects not moving forward. So if I remember correctly, they can be applied anywhere in the city, but I just wanted to make sure or clarify that it could be applied to a gateway project proposal.
I think we'll have to check on this, but I believe the East Wisman Precise Plan was specifically amended to acknowledge the location of TDRs. That language doesn't exist in the North Bayshore Precise Plan or other parts of the city yet.
I don't recall us limiting where the TDRs could go. I thought they could go to a project pretty much anywhere in the city, but if you could clarify that and it can be offline, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, let's clarify that offline for you.
Great, thank you. Do any other council members have questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to move on to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. It will display a 2-minute timer on the screen. Ryan Jones.
Hello, my name is Ryan Jones. I'm with Local 393, the plumber, pipe fitters, steam fitters, HVA, CR technicians who represent Santa Clara and San Benito County. We appreciate the work we've done with Google in the past, and we support this project. as a member of City Council, you guys can help ensure that Google invest in the next generation of skilled workers through the policies for the North Bay Shore area. I understand that City Council has already included a local workforce policy in the North Bay Shore plan that will ensure local construction workers and local apprentices build the offices and homes envisioned in this plan. I thank you for having the forethought to include this workforce policy in the North Bay Shore plan. I ask that you work with Google, Lend-Lease, and the mechanical crafts to ensure that policy is implemented as the plan moves forward. We look forward to discussions on how we can work together to provide local labor on this project. We ask that Google and Lend-Lease use local labor. Also, North Bay Shore Precise Plan transportation priority improvement projects at Renstroff Connector and the Permanente Creek Bridge projects are necessary to improve transit operations to create efficient street network circulations to support the housing development. We respectfully request the City Council commit to funding and construction of both the Renstroff Connector and the Permanente Creek Bridge project as soon as possible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Erica, Paul?
Hi, thank you, City Council. This is Erica with Local 393. We represent over 3,000 members in Santa Clara and San Benito County. We support this project. We respectfully request that City Council commit to funding the constructing both the Rangsdorf Connector and Permanent Creek Bridge projects as soon as possible. As North Bay Shore Precise Plan Transportation Priority Improvement projects, the Rangsdorf Connector and Permanent Creek Bridge projects are necessary to improve transit operations and create efficient street networking circulation to support housing and development. We at Local 393 are confident and are looking forward to working with Google to support local hire within this jurisdiction and these projects. We need to support our future by supporting our local apprenticeship programs. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And just to clarify, we're on item 6.1, which is our public hearing on the Gateway Master Plan, the general plan amendment for 1555 Plymouth Street, and our North Bay Shore Precise Plan elements. We'll be talking about the North Bay Shore circulation study right after this. Corey Quevedo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Corey Quevedo. I'm a plumber with the UA Local 393. Google has made commitments that the commercial portion of this project will employ local construction workers and pay family supporting wages, and that is terrific. We need to invest in the construction workforce. We need to train the next generation of skilled workers. What is not clear yet is where the workforce come from and who will build these thousands of homes. We are talking about a few thousand jobs. I sure hope Google and Lend-Lease will step up to the plate on these jobs. To coming out of the pandemic, local workers need every one of these jobs. The city's own precise plan for this area establishes a local hire and training like our apprenticeship programs as goals for projects like Google. By hiring locally with all the different trades, hundreds of new apprentices will get the opportunity to begin their careers, and Google will be helping to build a new local workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Chambers.
Hi, this is Cliff Chambers, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. The Gateway area is really important to the city of Mountain View, and we're really supportive of the high density mixed use development that's proposed, including the inclusion of 1,200 to 2,800 housing units. The timing of the housing units is very important, and we fully appreciate and support the requirement that 500 housing units receive an occupancy permit before any office space receives an occupancy permit. We also appreciate the amendments to the bonus FAR guidelines that allow for a community benefit for inclusion of affordable housing and exceeds the requirement of this precise plan. We also strongly support the change to the bonus FAR allocation criteria that require a balance of new residential units to offset the demands of new construction office. However, we'd like to see more specificity on the ratio of housing to allocations of office space. Property owners should also have the option of dedication of land for housing, particularly affordable housing. And finally, as is pointed out in the staff report, coordination of phasing of the gateway area will be extremely important to ensure high quality development. And we applaud the efforts for requiring the integration with adjacent parcels in the future. And we really do agree with the economic feasibility study conclusions. And we really hope now, long process, it's now really up to the property owners to proceed with actual development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Pors.
Hi, thank you. My name is Brian Pors, and I'm also with Local 393. I'm a journeyman plumber and project manager and a lifetime Bay Area resident. I support the Gateway Master Plan 100%. I see an incredible variety of benefits to our community, and I look forward to seeing another great vision become reality here. There's among the potential benefits here, there's a great opportunity to provide years of work to our hardworking journeymen and apprentices living in our local community. I really appreciate our shared passion for training and quality and doing it right the first time. And, I'd like to really thank the City of Mountain View, the development team, Google, and everybody involved for continuing to support local labor and family sustaining wages for our highly skilled workforce. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Carl Baumheckel.
Hello, good evening. My name's Carl Baumheckel. I'm an Air Force veteran and a member of Plumbers and Fitters Local 393. I'm grateful to Local 393 and their contractors for enabling me to earn a family-sustaining wage and to raise my family in this valley. Now my son is in Local 393's comprehensive apprenticeship, earning his way to live here as well. We couldn't provide these good jobs without good clients like Google and Lend-Lease. Teaming up with Google and Lend-Lease helps ensure that valuable capital is returned to our community, allowing small businesses to thrive as well. I'm asking that you, the City Council, partner with Google, Lend-Lease, and Union Mechanical Trades to ensure a good workforce policy is implemented as this plan moves forward. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Jeff Morris. Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, excuse me. Okay. Good evening. My name is Jeff Morris. I have owned a 2-acre property at 1808 North Shoreline for over 35 years. Thank you for the changes the staff included in the supplemental memo. The new language is very helpful. My concern is that the bonus FAR guidelines provide enough adequate flexibility for smaller landowners to develop our properties. There is still some ambiguity around 2 issues that I'm hoping Council can clarify during its deliberations this evening. First, there are so few sites within the precise plan area that are not controlled by large landowners, so I'm concerned that there may not be too many off-site options. One potential way forward for smaller landowners would be an option to pay into a seed fund designated for affordable housing. We understand that Google and Sobrato are dedicating several parcels to the city to satisfy a significant portion of their affordable housing requirement. The smaller landowners could contribute to a fund benefiting below market rate housing in North Bayshore. This will enable the city to utilize these funds to subsidize and accelerate the construction of affordable housing in the plan. It's not clear to me whether the payment of additional fees above and beyond what is required under the plan would satisfy the proposed criteria. So I'm hoping for some clarification. Secondly, under the existing bonus FAR guidelines, the council will review and consider all proposals. Under the proposed changes, can you please clarify whether the council would still have an opportunity to review all proposals, or would staff be able to determine which proposals are brought to council? I respectfully request that the council keep any threshold language broad enough to allow council to make the determination as to whether a project provides enough benefit to the city to qualify for the competition. Finally, I would request that the landowners have at least 90 days to submit a comprehensive proposal for the competition. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. B. Leah?
I'm sorry, I just found the unmute button.
No worries.
Okay. Mr. Alcaraz, I'm glad to finally see this project. Good job. And LGTM, that's Google for looks good to me. Council, let's move forward on this project and get those plumbers, pipe fitters, electricians, and carpenters back to work. I'm definitely in favor of that. And I'm looking forward to all of us living in a much nicer neighborhood by 2030. So let's get moving on this project. And thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Daniel Hulsey.
Yeah, I'm just speaking in favor of the Gateway project. I think in terms of the modifications, it looks pretty much fine, but we need to make sure that housing gets built out of this development. Flexibility can be good for that. You know, I think there was some uncertainty around whether some of these retail businesses would really actually make sense there. But we don't want to make it so that this place is just ends up being office with no housing. So priority should be making sure that housing gets built. Gateway is unique in that it has really high height limits. I think this is a very good thing, and it gets us started on like densifying as a city and getting used to it. But we need to make sure that these developments actually end up taking advantage of these height limits for housing and things like that. And to make sure that these developments, that we can do whatever can be done on the city side to make these developments actually pencil out at full density.
Great, thank you. Salim?
Hi, yeah, I'm Salim. I live and work in Mountain View. It's been a lot of years to get to this point. I look forward to these homes finally getting built. And I'm strongly in support. I do hope SciWest becomes a more productive collaborator in this project. We all want to see this land get developed in a way that solves our city's needs, especially with housing. And it's disappointing that they've been so unproductive. Their letter complains about not getting new information about economic feasibility. They also have not provided any information about why it is that they're uniquely unable to make money from selling homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Brown?
Hey, I want to just strongly concur with my friend and neighbor B. I'm also looking forward to this project getting done and something actually happening. It's sad to see Gold's Gym, or what used to be there, just sitting there, fallow, nothing happening. Let's move forward, get something built as soon as possible. I want new neighbors. But also, I'd like Gold's Gym back, please. Can you please open it in the meantime? I miss it. It was nice. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands. So, oh, we have one last minute hand. All right, so this will be my last call. Bill. Ooh, here we go. Bill.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. This is Bill Vieira with SciWest Development. I appreciate the opportunity to comment tonight. There's a special commemoration of obviously Pearl Harbor 1941 and the personal sacrifices of so many on this day. I also wanted to wish everyone a safe and happy holiday season because I'll probably forget to mention that as I'm done with my comments. So I wanted to lead with that. I simply wanted to advise council that we did submit a letter today and acknowledge the accomplishments in bringing the city-led master plan process to conclusion. I think it speaks well, quite frankly, to the city staff and the city in their determination and ability to achieve a big goal when everyone is focused and really leaning into finding a common goal and reaching a common objective. In our letter, I did touch on a couple of issues. I wanted to touch on one critical one that still lingers at the very heart of the master plan, and that is the plan's economic viability. And I would encourage the city and staff to lean in with perhaps equal vigor in finding a solution to lower the impact fees and thereby unlock the ability to deliver a project of a high concentration of residential units within the Gateway area. I would also like to implore staff to think seriously about the implications of embedding the district parking into the interior of the Gateway, which by doing so, it forces commute traffic into a residential neighborhood solely for the reasons of finding and grabbing a parking space. It may, in that sense, be inconsistent with the plan's stated objectives, but I understand the necessities for finding concentrated parking. But our company remains interested in continuing to pursue development on the site, and we look forward to working with the city to solve these challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your time.
Thanks. Okay, any others wishing to provide public comment to the council? All right. I think that concludes, I don't see any other hands, so that concludes public comment. So I'll bring the item back for council deliberation and action, and note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of resolutions attached to the report. And there's 4 recommendations listed. Do colleagues have any question? Okay, Vice Mayor Ramirez.
I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendations, including 1, approve the initial study of the environmental significance and addendum for the general plan amendment at 1555 Plymouth Street, North Bay Shore Precise Plan Amendments, and the North Bay Shore Gateway Master Plan pursuant to sections 15162 and 15164 of the California Environmental Quality Act, and find that the proposed project would not result in any new significant or substantially more severe environmental impacts beyond those previously evaluated and disclosed in the General Plan Environmental Impact Report, North Bay Shore Precise Plan Environmental Impact Report 2014, and North Bay Shore Precise Plan Supplemental Environmental Impact Report 2017. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to amend the General Plan land use designation at 1555 Plymouth Street from high intensity office to mixed use center, North Bay Shore. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to amend the P39 North Bay Shore Precise Plan to include the parcel at 1555 Plymouth Street within the North Bay Shore Precise Plan Gateway Character Area. Revise the bonus FAR guidelines and master plan provisions, and make minor text and graphic updates. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting the North Bay Shore Gateway Master Plan. And the only other thing I'll add is I do share some of the concerns expressed by Jeff Morris and maybe other smaller property owners about their ability to meet or comply with the bonus FAR guidelines. But since the council ultimately retains the discretion to authorize bonus FAR or to authorize any application for bonus FAR, even if they're not fully compliant with the guidelines, I think there is sufficient flexibility to consider bonus FAR applications from small property owners who might want to propose some alternative way of meeting the housing component requirement. If the council is supportive, I'm open to including explicit language. For instance, the applicant may propose an alternative mitigation or whatever we want to call it, and be subject to council approval. And if somebody wants to propose that as a friendly amendment, I'm happy to include it. But aside from that, I think the staff recommendation is very strong, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into bringing all of the recommendations before the council today.
Great, thank you. We have a motion by the Vice Mayor, but I want to turn to our Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director, Archie Shrivastava, first.
Vice Mayor, I wanted to make sure that the North Bay Shore Precise Plan amendments included the recommendations in the supplemental memo sent on December 3rd.
Yes, my apologies. I just read from the agenda flow. Yes, that's included as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Shrivastava, did you want to respond to the concerns brought up by the Vice Mayor and Mr. Morris?
Yeah, there were a few points brought up. And the first one was that there was ambiguity in a couple of issues. One is whether people could find other ways like donating land or paying into a fund to further affordable housing. We've kept the requirements flexible primarily to allow these. And we didn't want to name one or two, implying that others weren't okay. So really the idea is to figure out how to move forward on the vision. While one of the things we'll review, and all applications will come to the council, regardless of whether they meet or don't meet the requirements, as a further clarification, we will be able to assess to what extent the money or the land will be able to help. And the council will then make the decision. So there's a reason why we kept it flexible and didn't name one or the other, implying that, other creative ways of implementing residential were not allowed. So all they have to do is show how they will implement residential to further the vision and show how it'll be phased. So they might say, I'll give you 1 acre of land when I get final occupancy, and this will allow, 100 units to move forward. That could be a proposal. So there's different ways of bringing that forward. And then finally, the 90 days to submit. Yes, we were expecting to have about 90 days, or give people about 90 days to submit applications.
Great, thank you for answering all those questions, and hopefully that helps clarify things for colleagues. Okay, Councilmember Matashak.
I'll second the motion and just want to comment that I appreciate the flexibility because we do have some smaller property owners that I want to make sure they have an opportunity to participate in the rebuilding of North Bay Shore. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Matashak. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I just wanted to, I will be supporting the motion. I'm really glad that we're here. I remember it was in our December meeting in 2017, we passed the North Bay Shore Precise Plan redo that included housing. And we didn't really have any idea that it would take all this time for various parts of the planning effort to come forward to us, but it has. And I think that this is a good plan, and I'm glad to see it. I am expressing concern, as was said in the economic feasibility study, and both of the major landowners have said about the economic feasibility. But I think that it's a good idea for us to pass this plan, and then for the applicants to come forward and say, this is what we can do. If you change this aspect of it, then we would be able to meet it better. I think that this is a very important point for future negotiations as to specific projects. So kudos to everybody for getting here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Shrivastava, your hand is up. Okay.
I lowered me.
Okay, perfect. Great, thanks. Just wanted to be sure I acknowledged you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I want to second the comments of Councilmember Showalter that I'm glad that we are finally at the point of that we are and moving these projects forward. I think it's the next step for our community. And I'm very glad that we had the voices of labor included tonight. They are critical to all of our efforts in Mountain View. And to my mind, we will do nothing without labor being at the table. And I'm very glad that they spoke to the local hire and to the future placement of the apprentices and the role of working people going forward in our community. I think that I see that stitched through so many things that we are working on. The affordable housing quotient that we have in our community. And I just want to say how valuable it is that these individuals took their time to be a part of the meeting. Their voices are critical. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I will be happily supporting the motion. Most of the comments I was going to make have been made by other council members. I was particularly happy that that the vice mayor called out flexibility for making sure that affordable housing is built and the needs of small landowners as well. So I'm glad to hear that there's flexibility built into the plan. So there's little left to say except that the one I noticed about the plan is that the tree buffer between 101 and some of the housing looked a little thin, and if that can be enhanced at any time, I would appreciate that. But everything else has been well said. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question that came up as we were just discussing in regards to flexibility. I do appreciate the comments that have been made. I too am concerned about making sure that we give everyone an opportunity to help redevelop North Bayshore. I guess my question to Mr. Vostova was in terms of that flexibility, can a developer partner with the city? So for instance, we are anticipating land dedication to the city for affordable housing. So could a developer come approach the city in terms of providing funding for the development of the dedicated land by the city? And how does that happen if a project isn't, like, if we're not ready to actually develop it yet? Will we be creating a fund for that development, future development?
So a developer is free to propose anything. And one of those could be, you have 5 acres of land dedicated. We propose to give you $20 million towards that. And what staff will do is sort of weigh it against, it's not going to help build the 2,000 additional units, but it might help with this. And so it'll be up to the council then to decide if they're willing to accept the proposal or not. So we do the evaluation and the council can decide, and we show you how they're going to meet the goals and the vision and the precise plan.
Great, thank you so much for that clarification. I too will be supporting this motion. I want to thank staff for their hard work, especially on this, since it frankly ended up landing on staff to put the master plan together, or take the lead on putting the master plan together, given the challenges we had with the various parties involved. Also want to thank our members of the labor community who came out and spoke this evening. I'm glad that we were able to include local hire. Appreciate our labor members coming out way back when we were discussing that. And thanks to their encouragement, we were able to include that, and look forward to continuing to work in partnership moving forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. So I think we can call a question. We have the motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Matichak, and grateful for that we're here and for all the public comment and all the input. So I'll turn it over to City Clerk Glazer.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Much appreciated. All right, so we'll move on to item 7. Item 7.1 is our North Bay Shore Circulation Study. Project Manager Jim Lightbody with Lightbody Consulting will present the report. Public Works Director Don Cameron and Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director Archie Srivastava will also be available for questions. I think I'll just wait for Jim to come over.
Good evening. This is Don Cameron, Public Works Director. I see that Jim Lightbody is just coming on.
Yay, he's here. We just need to unmute Jim. Here you go.
Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little delayed in getting promoted up here, as we say. Anyway, good evening. Thank you. And I think Don is going to run some slides for me.
Okay, I assume you can see the slides.
Hang on. There we go. Oops. Okay, got it. Anyway, thank you.
Jim?
Yeah.
I'm hearing a little bit of an echo. So
yeah, hang it.
No
Let
problem.
me fix
Take your
that.
time.
Hopefully that takes care of it. Thank you.
Take your time. I think it's if you're watching it and you're on
Yeah.
the Zoom.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
I think I'm okay now, but
Perfect.
hopefully.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you for the North Bay Shore Circulation Study was established in 2017 as part of an implementation of the Precise Plan, and the purpose was to identify strategies and review the policies needed to support the North Bay Shore vision related to overall trip restrictions and other policies. The focus has been on the full North Bay Shore development, not on interim phases. So what you'll see today are our conclusions based on the full build out of North Bay Shore. The study has been done in several phases. So we brought back elements of the work previously to Council. In May 2020, we reviewed the feasibility of a couple of specific infrastructure projects and got some direction from the Council. And then in June 21, based on that direction, we brought forward and you approved a list of updated list of priority transportation improvements that support the future development in North Bayshore, and also some other actions that we had developed related to the current bicycle and pedestrian plans and Gateway Trip Cap actions. So today, what we're bringing to you are the final elements of the circulation study that we've been working on, specifically related to three items: the overall strategies and policies related to compliance with the Gateway Trip Cap envisioned in the precise plan, the feasibility of a potential congestion pricing program, and some additional proposed improvements in the plan that would support greater use of other transit modes, other modes such as transit and bicycle and pedestrian and transportation demand management. And those would all support the overall transportation goals. The first item related to trip cap, the trip cap compliance, that's a critical element for the plan. But in our study, we've determined that the current policy related to 45% single occupant vehicle rate is probably not sufficient to allow the full development of North Bayshore and still meet the gateway trip caps. So the study addressed potential strategies to deal with that, including the priority transportation improvements that we discussed before, specific policies related to how we monitor and comply with the trip cap, and then what would be needed in the way of new strategies, including potentially reducing the single occupant vehicle rates. Next slide. What we've determined in part is that we need more flexible policies, and so we're proposing some modifications to the current policies that would allow compliance to be measured in the peak period rather than just the peak hour, as well as combining the shoreline and Rengsdorf gateways for compliance. We think these are needed to reflect the new approach post-COVID with more flexible travel and use of remote work and so forth, and will be a better measure of what is actually happening out in North Bayshore in terms of understanding the traffic demands. We've also done an analysis to update the capacities for the gateway trip cap, and we've got some specific improvements or modifications to the gateway capacities as those specific priority transportation improvements are completed. And then thirdly, we're suggesting that there be some modification in the penalties for non-compliance, focusing on higher financial penalties and not as much on the restrictions on building permits. So specifically the strategies, we think from the study, we feel that a lower SOV rate below 45% is needed, probably 35 to 45%, and that should apply to both existing and new employees when they apply for new office projects. This lower rate does reflect the benefit from housing and internalized trips, which are a significant part of the ability to lower that SOV rate from what's currently in the precise plan. In addition, new development projects would need to include other specific strategies to fully address trip cap compliance. Turning to congestion pricing, the circulation study did a feasibility study of congestion pricing, which was identified in the precise plan as one potential strategy. I think we've learned a lot about congestion pricing through a variety of steps that you see there, learning about the technology, the impacts, the costs, and potential other considerations. What we've learned from that, next slide, is that there is a potentially suitable program that could help meet the trip cap. We think our consultant team recommended that it be applied strictly to the inbound AM trips in the morning, say from 8 to 11, with residents exempt. And part of the reason for that is to minimize the impact on other potential drivers into North Bayshore. With that approach, the analysis is that we would need a charge somewhere between $5 and $13, depending on other factors, to keep vehicle trips below that trip cap. And that could potentially result in reductions in the SOV rate of 2% to 5% overall. The capital cost, which includes construction of some infrastructure to monitor the traffic, as well as some administrative and operational costs, is fairly significant at $30 million. And ongoing operations would be in the order of $7 million. However, the revenue potentially could provide enough, there could be enough revenue that could cover the operations cost and potentially help offset the capital cost. So the program is feasible. It would be implemented through Bay Area tolling programs such as the Bay Area Toll Authority or VTA, building on what's being done in the Express Lane program around the Bay Area. We did find, however, next slide, that there are significant challenges today that need further attention. For one primary reason is that this is a totally new concept. There's no experience in the U.S. with an area-wide congestion pricing program. Well, there are a number of cities that are exploring that, including in the Bay Area and around the country. We don't have enough experience really to know how it would work. In addition, there's challenges in defining the discounts and how we manage and provide discounts, for example, for low-income drivers. And then there are potential secondary impacts that we've identified on non-commute drivers. Well, the majority of the drivers that would be impacted by this would be commuters in the morning. There are a fairly significant number of visitors to Shoreline Park, at museum, computer history museum events, restaurant workers, and others would also be affected. And we would need to know more or understand more about those impacts. And then finally, there's a question about how a pricing program would impact future North Bayshore development, particularly the necessary retail services that we would like to see to support housing. So our conclusion at this time in regard to congestion pricing is that we defer a decision on a congestion pricing program while we continue to monitor the other Bay Area tolling activities, learn more about the potential impacts, and monitor the traffic. And this is particularly important. How has traffic evolved after COVID? What are the demands on the system post-COVID? And understand that better, then revisit a congestion pricing decision at a later date. So with that, we have a number of recommendations. We have a recommendation to approve the circulation study draft report, which is included in your packet. And within that, there are several individual recommendations that are summarized here in more detail in the council report. Those include revised gateway trip cap policies that I mentioned earlier, potential new financial penalties for noncompliance, establishing the lower SOV rate in the plan of 35 to 40%, completing priority transportation projects that are already in development, and in addition, moving forward with the next planning phase for the Rengsdorf Connector project, which includes several priority elements and would help relieve demand on the Charleston Transit Corridor and has other benefits that we think would be beneficial in making the circulation plan for North Bayshore work. As I mentioned, deferring decision on congestion pricing. And then in terms of modal strategies, we also are recommending that there be more attention given to expanded public transit service. The plan includes several additional strategies, but basically trying to upgrade public transit to better serve the area as it becomes a residential area in particular. And then administratively, we would need to update the North Bayshore Precise Plan to reflect these recommendations. And because of some of the uncertainties and questions about, traffic conditions and the need to consider the near-term development plans and so forth, we think that it's appropriate to revisit the circulation study and perhaps firm up some of the recommendations in a 3 to 5 year time frame. So with that, I'm glad to take your questions.
Great, thank you so much. Does any member of the council have any questions? Councilmember Showalter.
I do. I have quite a few questions.
Okay.
I would like to compliment the team on this this piece of work. We got a tremendous amount of information, and it took a long time to read through it all. But that's okay. That's good. But I just wanted to start with that. Well, one of the things you mentioned is how the capacity of the gateways changes with various transportation improvements. But when I looked at those changes, some of those changes, it seemed like the improvements that are expected are quite modest. In other words, are very conservative. Is that correct? Did you think that those, the improved traffic flow that we would get from the various improvements was on the conservative side of what we would really expect to see?
I think what we tried to do was look at what would be the necessary steps to stay within the trip cap compliance. That doesn't mean that it's going to be free-flowing traffic. There still is, we would expect that there will be some congestion in North Bayshore during the peak periods. But, that's to be expected with the amount of development with over 40,000 employees and something on the order of 18,000 residents out there. So it's going to be a popular area. And while we can significantly reduce single occupant vehicles with this plan, we would hope it's not going to completely relieve traffic congestion at times, if that's what you're referring to.
Not quite. What I meant was, for instance, the completion of the off-ramp of Shoreline. I believe that the improvement was only like 100 cars an hour or something. I mean, it was a fairly small number. I thought it was a small number relatively. And I wondered if you were using very conservative numbers on purpose, or those numbers are really what you would expect to happen.
I don't think we were not trying to be conservative. We had a traffic engineering firm that took an independent look at the capacity estimates. I believe the Shoreline off-ramp, the value in terms of additional capacity was more than 100. I don't remember the exact number, but I could find that out.
I do have it in front of me. It was more on the order of about 650.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong graph. Okay.
In the peak hour. So over the peak period, it's nearly 10,000 when you spread it out over 3.
That's not low at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I have to look at the difference. I'm sorry. It's about 650 peak hour, and then it's about 2,000 peak period.
Okay, good. So it's a lot. All right. So how do you suggest that we incorporate changes in the trip cap as these projects come online? Clearly they come online at different times, so the improvements happen at different times. So you suggest that we change the trip cap from time to time? So maybe it's evaluated when you do the trip cap report every year, or how do we do that?
Well, as I said, what we did at the circulation study was look at the full development. So when we suggest the 35 to 40%, that's based on when everything is built out there. There would likely be some interim standards that would be applied to projects as their phasing of their developments occurred.
I think if you're referring to these infrastructure projects, that was the purpose of table 2 in your council report, was to say that as these infrastructure projects come online, we would adjust the capacity of the gateways based upon what this study indicated, although we can revisit this through time also as we see what's happening with trip patterns. But yes, we would recommend that, as the new infrastructure comes online, it does change the capacity of the gateways, and that would be put in place. And then as we do the monitoring, then whether they're exceeding the trip cap at the gateway, it would be based upon that capacity at the gateway.
Thank you. That's what, and so it would be an iterative thing. We would change it conceivably multiple times over the years. Okay, God, thank you.
What would not change, and I think this is what Jim was getting to, is as conditions of approval are set and developments have specific trip reduction targets they have to meet and the SOV rates, that doesn't change. They still have to meet that consistently, no matter how many infrastructure projects we bring on board.
Okay. All right. And then I really liked the idea of having a broad set of penalties in place instead of just the complete stoppage of development permits. I thought that was really smart. But I was interested in how the penalties would be applied. Would it be applied across the whole TMA, or who would be issued the penalty?
So, Councilmember Showalter, it would be applied based upon the development and their condition of approval that states what their trip reduction target SOV rate is. And as part of those conditions of approval, we already have a couple developments that have these. They're required to submit third-party monitoring reports. And if they are not retrieving those targets, then it is up to the city to enforce and apply those penalties. And I'll just make a note that this is one of the key reasons that we're bringing on the new TDM analyst that the council previously approved, and we're wrapping up the hiring processes so that we do have somebody that can really spend the time receiving these monitoring reports, checking them over, and not only enforcing financial penalties, but also working with the companies saying you can do better, and creating that partnership with the TMA in terms of their working with the companies and in terms of how they may end up using any financial penalties as specified already in the precise plan and elsewhere. The intent is they need to use that money to provide more options, more services to help get people out of their cars.
Okay. So we would be essentially setting up a process that was very collaborative to meet the goal, not to just penalize people, but to meet the goal, which is, definitely a wise way to go about it. Okay, and then I was very interested in the congestion pricing, which has always been, listed as, okay, that's one of the things that could happen if the trip cap is exceeded several times in a row. And yet it turns out, as you mentioned, that it's pretty rare in the US, if not being used anywhere yet, where it's being studied a lot of places. And I was wondering if we should be looking at, since this is such an unusual methodology and fairly expensive to implement, I was thinking about how should we be looking more at pricing of parking. I mean, when we first started looking at the North Bay Shore, it wasn't clear where parking would be. But as things have gone forward, it looks like an awful large percentage of the employee parking is going to be in 2 parking lots. So seems like it would be fairly straightforward to apply parking pricing at those 2 locations. So I wanted to ask you about that concept, and has it come? I'm sure it's come up. And what have you thought about it?
So Jim, I know you did some research on this. Could you please comment and confirm that although the district parking is going to have a lot of parking, it's by no means going to have I mean, first thing we need to talk about is the fact that there's going to be still a lot of parking out there that's not in the district parking structures. And do you recall?
Yeah, it was. I think it looked like it was about 22% of the parking ultimately would be in a couple of district parking garages, and the rest is primarily surface parking, including companies like Intuit and Microsoft that are not included in the Google plan.
So you think that the district parking will be primarily associated with Google and I guess SciWest too? Is that what you're saying?
May not be, we don't know, but we do know that it does not represent the lion's share of parking in North Bay Shore. And, from what staff knows about when paid parking works well, it's when you can make sure the majority or more of the parking is paid parking so that you're not providing other options where they're just driving around trying to avoid the paid parking. And you're not also creating a situation where an employer may feel that they actually have to subsidize the parking, reimburse the employee, or provide them some kind of specialty pay in order to recruit because they're the only ones charging for paid parking. There's a lot of challenges involved when these are not city-owned, city doesn't control the parking. And we can't be assured that we can have paid parking for most of the parking in an area. What we have been strongly recommending as staff is, because this is private property, these are private employer operations, is that we hold them accountable for their trip reduction and SOV rates. And we say, we don't care how you get there, but you will achieve this. And here's a whole list of strategies you're welcome to try. And paid parking and the converse of paid parking, which is cash out parking, which is more of an incentive base as opposed to a punitive base, are very strong strategies that they can consider. So as staff, again, we are suggesting that definitely paid parking needs to be in the toolkit. Cash out parking needs to be in the toolkit, but so do many, many other TDM options. And we tell the employers out there, you will achieve these targets or face significant financial penalties. So invest your money in making this happen. And if in the end they decide to do paid parking because that's how it's going to work, or cashed out parking, then they will.
Okay. When you talk about only 22% of the parking is going to be in these district parking lots, you think at this point, I mean, it's still early to say. It's still my understanding, and I just correct me if I misunderstand this, that the vast majority of the residential parking would be associated with residential buildings. Is that true?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, thank you very much. Thanks for answering all these questions. And I would be glad to make a motion if no one else has more questions.
I have to.
Yeah, people do. Okay, good. Comment. All right, that's not surprising.
Yeah, I have to open it up for public comment. And we have more hands. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify a response to one of Council Member Showalter's questions, the penalties imposed in the event the trip cap is exceeded would apply only to commercial properties with TDM requirements, not to residential, not to small retail, that kind of thing. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
At this point, no, yeah, you're correct. It's not envisioned for small retail.
Or residential.
The residential is going to also have TDM requirements on it. I'm not as familiar with how that's laid out yet in the precise plan, but we would expect it to have TDM requirements similar to we are placing TDM requirements on other large residential developments throughout the city, because that's the other side of the trip. And they also make other trips besides commute trips. And especially for North Bayshore, the key is if you live in North Bayshore, we really want you walking and biking to where you want to go, not driving your car for 1.5 miles to get to where you want to go. So there might be something related to residential, but I think we'd have to explore it as part of the precise plan.
Oh, okay, so maybe this is a to be determined, but I'm wondering about in the event, let's say, individually owned condos are constructed out there, would the HOA pay the fee, or would it apply to affordable housing with TDM requirements? So I do have some concerns about how in that the financial penalty might impact residential properties if the gateway trip cap is exceeded. If you have answers now, great, but if you don't know.
Yeah, the precise plan clearly exempts residential projects from having to comply with the trip cap. The trips are counted, but they do have specific TDM guidelines that they have to adhere to, which presumably, and there is a set of guidelines specifically for residential development that would apply to residential projects. So there would be some requirements on them, not just wouldn't directly relate to the gateway cap.
Right. And just to be clear, including the proposed fee, residential development would be exempt from that if the trip cap is exceeded. Okay, so, thank you.
Vice Mayor, I'm going to let Ms. Shrivastava, who is trying to unmute and raise her hand, answer the question. And so I think she was trying to get in there. There we go.
Yes. So I kind of liken this developments in North Bayshore to some of the lowered parking requirements we have in East Wisman. The goal is to design a project where we actually reduce the incentive to drive, and they will have TDM requirements and the hiring of a TDM coordinator, connection and joining of a TMA. These are all examples that we're doing, not just in East Wisman, but citywide. So those will be applied. And then, so that's an example of what we would do for residential development. But we're really proposing to replace this building permit, moratorium with trip, if the trip caps are tripped with this additional SOV rate requirement for commercial development. And one of the ways they will achieve it is through, some of the internalization rates that the residential will bring, which is fewer employees will, so it's all intended to work in concert, but not expected to be applied directly to residential, the SOV rates.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. There are a couple things in the recommendations that still need to be sorted out. Specifically, as we were just talking about, the financial penalties. And I was wondering, what is the timing of sorting those out, and how do they get sorted out, and do they come back to council for approval? Specifically when it comes to the financial penalties.
So I'll give you an example of the Charleston East project where there was a TDM plan that was approved as part of the council approval, and it had financial penalties for non-compliance with certain trip reductions. So that's an example of what the council might approve as part of the master plan, a phased master plan, and that will then just be applied to every development as it comes in. If you're asking about a specific development, if the development comes in individually without a master plan, we will look at applying that 35 to 40% SOV rate, and we'll have a standard, I would say a penalty applied to every development based on some recommendation that we have. They won't be different for different developments, if that's what you're asking, council member. So we have the ability to have it approved at staff level if council approves the overall program.
So if we ever wanted to change it, would we be able to? if it's part of the approval of the development?
If a development's already approved, then that would apply to it. I don't think we could go back and change the condition of approval if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I guess I'm asking or wondering and then asking, things change. And just like we are revisiting again the trip caps and how we're measuring them, measuring compliance with it, we're looking at changing the SOV requirements. Maybe we want to change the financial penalties. And if it's built into the approval of the development, we wouldn't have the ability to do that.
Yes, you're right. But we have the ability, so every development, as it comes in with a development project, we assign a certain TDM plan and penalties associated with it. But any future commercial development that comes in with more than 1,000 square feet have to submit a TDM plan. And as part of that, the council can amend or add, the penalties. So I think it will depend on future projects coming in, and we have a fairly small threshold for additions for them to come in and amend the TDM plan. And these would be applied primarily to commercial development.
So in other words, if an employer who has an approved development already with conditions of approval, but they come in for something else, that's when we would be talking to them about, well, we now have new TDM requirements, it's somewhat different, and about that it really needs to apply to all their employees in North Bay Shore.
Okay, so if there's an approved master plan and an individual project comes through that's within that master plan area, and the streamlined development review process is adopted, that would not come to council. Is that correct?
No, it wouldn't come to council, but it would be subject to the TDM plan approved by council.
So I guess that was another one that I was going to ask about. So the TDM and the SOV, we were given a range for the SOVs, and when would that be determined? Or is it a range that then we would figure out within that range for each individual development?
Don, you might be able to help me better here. So the range that we've provided is the target. And from day one, I think we have to figure out how they get to the target, because part of achieving the target is making sure we have residential come online, because that's going to help with the internalization rate. So I think we need to do a little more analysis to figure out how the phasing works to make sure that we're implementing it in a realistic manner, but certainly in a way that exceeds the 45% SOV rate right from the get-go. So the precise plan says 45%. Our target is the 35 to 40%. Part of achieving the target is making sure residential comes online, and that employers are also thinking of other ways to improve. So I think it depends on the project, and we want to make sure that every project's able to achieve the target within the phasing. So some of this will involve looking at the project itself. You start with the 45, you work your way to the 35 to 40.
Yes, that's our understanding as well. You're still going to have to set a specific target. You can't tell development you have this range.
Yeah.
But as the developments come in, we will have to evaluate what's the right target. And it might be a phasing target situation, especially if they have multiple phases with their development, because, as Jim mentioned in his presentation, one of the keys to getting down as low as 35% is the housing. So it may be initially, it's going to be a big struggle just to get down to 42, 40%. But a future phase, as the housing gets built, we may say, you've got to phase down now because now you do have the housing here and you can start taking advantage of internalization. And those are the things that we feel we're going to need more time to study, which is why the circulation study is saying we do see we have to hit this range, but we need a chance to now evaluate specific developments and their timing and how they relate to certain other pieces like the housing in terms of setting specific targets or maybe a phasing down strategy.
So there could be a phasing down strategy for an individual development. Is that what I heard?
We can leave that on the table and study that. But definitely in terms of the master plan, which is going to be, that's your study session next week. And what you're going to see is, they're proposing a phasing strategy, and it could be set up based upon each of their phases, ratcheting them down, that type of thing.
Okay. And just to add, the bonus FAR is expected to come with implementation of housing. And so part of that could look at when is the housing going to come online and what can the expectation be? Because particularly for smaller property owners, it might be challenging to get to 35, but might be easier to get to 40. So we've created a range to kind of help them.
Okay, so earlier when I think it was in response to a question Councilmember Showalter had, Mr. Lightbody said that, and I want to make sure I heard this right, that in simulating what was going to happen in North Bay Shore in terms of the circulation, you were looking to meet what it would take to hit the trip cap at the various gateways. And that we would still probably have congestion. We will have congestion. And is that what, like when you're optimizing a model, that's what you were trying to optimize for, was hitting the capacity of the gateways?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, the definition of the trip cap is the capacity of the gateways. It doesn't mean that it's free-flowing conditions. It means that that's what you can get in without excessive backups and undue delays. And so that's what we're trying to strive for, is the estimates that our traffic consultants came up with in terms of the capacity at the gateways, which limits the number of trips into North Bay Shore substantially, but allows the system to still function reasonably well. Doesn't mean it's level of service, free flow A, B, or something like that, but it means that it's functioning adequately in the peak hour to allow the overall system to perform.
And I guess I was thinking all along that maybe we were optimizing for something else, which is why I'm struggling with some of the changes that are being proposed. I was looking for a more free flowing of traffic. Like, will the congestion on Shoreline that existed pre-COVID, is that considered free flowing or acceptable? That we've been seeing for many years in the morning commute hours, where it's backed up, go ahead.
Sorry. The monitoring reports that we've done every 6 months or so essentially shows that the current traffic levels on Shoreline, for example, are close to, but still slightly below the capacity of the gateway. So that's similar to what we would expect in the future, I would say.
I will note, yes, that there were times, we all were aware of significant queuing and backup on Shoreline. And some of that is not, that also constrains the amount of traffic going through the gateway. But some of that is also due to some operational challenges through there that will be addressed as we finish up the 101 off-ramp realignment and make some additional adjustments to shoreline with the right turn lane onto Pear and so on that can smooth out the operations.
Okay. Let's see. So the recommendation to combine Rengstorff and Shoreline in terms of measuring compliance with the trip cap. If you combine them, does that make it easier or harder to meet the trip cap?
I don't think it's not necessarily one or the other. It's not my dog. It's not necessarily easier or harder. It's just we think provides a better representation of actual traffic behavior, which we believe there will be people will interchangeably use the two gateways, and that way you get a better overall measure of what's happening out there.
So sorry, for some reason it says the host has muted me.
It's your feedback, Lisa. So when they try to answer you, it's why that there's the feedback. So I think you'll have to ask the question and then mute yourself so that there's no feedback.
Feedback from what?
You can, whenever somebody answers any of your question, it gives feedback to the rest of us.
Just for me?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't know that. I don't know why it would be doing that. I don't have any other devices on. Okay. I guess that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. All right, Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question regarding congestion pricing. So the recommendation to delay it, do we have a sense of how long we're planning to delay it? I'm looking at the priority transportation improvements list, and it was in our 5-year category. Are you suggesting we move it to 10-year into the 10-year category, or is it going to stay where it is?
I don't think we had a specific time frame. I think what we're suggesting is that we should observe what happens with post-COVID traffic conditions. We should follow what is going on in other systems in the Bay Area, other pilot projects. For example, there's a potential express lane pilot for low-income drivers that will come into play in the next year or two. I think we will better serve to learn more about what else is going on and then revisit it at least in a couple of years.
Okay. And then regarding this list, I can't remember, do we get updates yearly, or what is the time frame? Is it the 3 to 5 years that is being recommended? Could you clarify the timeline in terms of updating the priority transportation improvement list?
You want to take that down?
Certainly. We originally were recommending 5 years, but again, because we don't know how post-COVID, what's going to happen with the traffic conditions and how things are going to change, we said we may need to do it as early as 3 years. So we're talking about in that range. And the reason why, especially when we're talking priority transportation improvements, as you know, none of these get delivered in a year. These do take several years to deliver. So, and we have 5-year CIP. So the thinking is we work with what we have right now for priority transportation improvements, and the near-term ones are already in our CIP. We do some preliminary planning work for some of the 10-year ones, maybe start working those into the 5-year CIP. And then at the right time, 3 to 5 years from now, we revisit the circulation study and re-examine, do we still need all these transportation improvements? Do they need to change? Do we need to reprioritize them? That way it can keep flowing into our 5-year CIP.
Okay. In particular, I just noticed that quite a few of like the bike ped projects are in later years, and wondering if there's a way of moving them forward in light of COVID and the changes and transportation patterns that have happened, and that we hope to continue to encourage post-COVID.
So it's a little misleading when you look at that list, the 20-year list, and it looks like we're putting off those bike ped projects, in that they're called bike ped projects, but the reason you see such incredibly high price tags is because they involved like reconstructing a freeway overpass to get it in. There's actually a lot of bike and ped improvements baked into those 5-year projects, and 20-year, 10-year projects, as well as what would be built as part of development in terms of them putting in their own frontage improvements and so on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Hicks.
So first, a comment on Councilmember Matichek's question, which I thought was good. What are we optimizing for? I thought we were optimizing for a car light neighborhood and maximizing use of alternative modes of transportation. And therefore, maybe, as Councilmember Matichek said, more free-flowing cars, hopefully, 10 years from now, all electric, but that people would be using other modes. Therefore, I'm repeating myself, but therefore cars could flow freely. I'm not optimizing for, personally, my goal is not to optimize for congestion anywhere. Anyway, that said, that's more of a comment. I'm supportive of the staff recommendations, and in particular, updating closer to 3 years rather than 5 years as we look at how COVID, changes with COVID and with the construction there pan out, and shifting from withholding permits to financial penalties and a lot of the other things. I also strongly support recommendation number 7, which we haven't talked about much, which is public transit. I really think that's I think we're all in this together, the developers, the city officials, city residents, employers, and we all have to make it work. Nobody is going to benefit if we just let people develop and nobody can get in and out. So I think that public transit is really one of the big things that's going to make it work, because my understanding is that the way Google meets their current 45% SOV rates, it is mainly through the Google buses. So the thing that I find missing, and that maybe staff can clarify how we could put some teeth in it or add to it, is how will we make the public transit or work, since that's on there. It doesn't seem like what we've been talking about now, which is, lowering the SOV rates to 35 or 40 and then penalizing people if they don't hit those, is going to really generate enough money to create the mass transit. So would it be through the only things I can envision are either that that we all sit down together, the employers, and look at maybe we don't have private buses anymore. Maybe that's not working, because like I said, we're all in this together. Maybe we sit down and work that out so that it's more public transit. Maybe we decide that instead of charging the fees later, we charge something earlier so that we can create it. But I strongly support this recommendation for public transit. And I do think that's what we have to do, but I don't see it happening in this plan. And I'm wondering, since you recommended it as recommendation number 7, how you see that happening.
Well, a part of that is trying to influence VTA to increase service. We think there's going to be some opportunities in the future. They've discussed service expansion. Obviously, they'll need additional operating funds for that. So part of what we're saying is Mountain View is developing a high quality neighborhood that deserves good transit service, and we could advocate for that. Now, that's not a full answer, but that's, we think, part of the strategy. The other piece would be to work with the TMA in developing additional services, and that could partly be funded through other programs that would be available, including the potential penalties on SOV usage.
Okay, well, I generally support that answer. I think we may have to beef that up a little. We'll save that for comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So do any other council members have questions for staff? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. So I am going to open it up for public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide public comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone, and we'll display a 2-minute timer. Great. Albert Jeans.
Hi, could you please show my slides?
Yeah, just one moment.
Great. Yeah, Albert Jeans, longtime resident. In general, yeah, I'm very impressed by this report here. It has a lot of good stuff in it. I'd like to draw your attention to section 8, next slide, please, which is the results of the actual simulation. And these are the kind of simulations that I was always showing you. It's called microsimulation, where they actually, simulate every single car going through the system. And I wish Jim would show some of these to show you what the traffic would actually look like. But if you read in the summary of it, it says results of this simulation show that even with the SOB reductions and additional infrastructure, both scenarios, which is with and without the Rengstorff improvements, result in a decline in key performance indicators compared to existing conditions. This is what Councilmember Matichak was referring to. For example, hours of delay increases from 750 hours to over 2,000. Think of all the extra greenhouse gases going out because of that. So next slide, please. For example, if you look at the corridor travel times, and my favorite, of course, is Shoreline Boulevard. Currently, it takes, according to them, 12 minutes to go from Shoreline, from Middlefield to Crittenden. That sounds about right. And that's with the congestion that we had. With all the improvements, it's going to increase to 15 minutes, which is equivalent to going at 5.2 miles per hour, which is a little bit faster than you can probably walk. But that's how fast you're going. The next slide, please. So that means conditions are going to be worse than this. And this is what it was like, before COVID. Maybe it's going to be look like this on all 3 gateways, Rengstorff and San Antonio. I'm not sure how much worse it can get. Remember, this is sometimes backed up to the Safeway, almost the Central Expressway. Is it going to be backed up past Central, when North Bayshore is fully built out? And as you said, we do not, should not be looking at, well, somebody said, when you build these things to go at capacity at the gateways, this is what you're building for. You cannot reach the gateway capacity or you're going to have that kind of congestion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll just get the timer back. And Cliff Chambers.
Thanks. This is Cliff Chambers. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. I really feel that staff and the consultants have done a really excellent job of crafting the recommendations for the circulation study, and we're generally in concurrence with most of them. I think it's very wise to update the circulation study in about 3, maybe 4 years once more is known about the post-pandemic circulation patterns. And there's a lot we don't know today about that. But I think this brings to 3 opportunities. The first opportunity in that update would be to incorporate the findings and the recommendations of the active transportation plan that the city is just embarking on, since walking and bicycling are critical modes in the North Bay Shore Precise plan. The second opportunity is what Council Member Hicks was referring to in really developing a robust public transportation plan. And this really, we have an opportunity to combine resources from the major employers out there, the TMA, and the city to really have a robust community transit service serving the needs not only of the 3 residential developments, but connections to the rest of the city. And I think this is a major opportunity we need to take advantage of. And then there's a lot of discussion about paid parking. Paid parking is one of the most effective TDM measures. As Ms. Cameron said, it's part of the toolbox, but it's one of the most important parts, of the toolbox to really make the system work out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. James Kuzamal. Oh, I lost you, James. Oh, here you are. Hold on.
All right, there we go. James Kuzamal, speaking for myself. I generally would like to echo Cliff's comments. I think this is an excellent plan, and I look forward to it being implemented. The focus on adding increased public transit service is particularly important, and it would be great to see that happen as some sort of collaboration with VTA rather than adding yet more random transit systems to our area. But honestly, even improvements to MVGO and the community shuttle would be outstanding and better than continued private mass transit service, which is still better than cars, of course. One other thing that I would like to press on is the introduction of some sort of pricing scheme for cars, whether that's by doing paid parking, as Cliff alluded to, and as, don't remember who was asking questions about it, but as that was alluded to, or by way of congestion pricing. There are a lot of people who maybe are on the edge of choosing, oh, do I take the bus today? Maybe that's a couple minutes longer, or oh, do I bike today, but it's a hair chilly out, or do I just drive? And making it so that there's this even slight financial penalty to make people think, oh yeah, I'd rather not pay a few bucks today to cross the bridge, is extremely valuable and has consistently throughout the world been shown to help immensely in reducing car use. So I would look forward to seeing some form of pricing for car use to help discourage single occupancy vehicle trips, whether that is in the form of congestion pricing or in the form of a paid parking program or something else. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Daniel Holsey.
Let's see. Right. I think I'm on.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to agree with the previous commenter that, I'm not necessarily tied into any specific solution to this, but whether it be congestion pricing system or paid parking or whatever, introducing some financial incentive to move people out of single occupant cars and into buses or onto bikes or whatever is really a key sort of motivator for getting that to actually happen and building a more sustainable city. So I just want to state support for that.
Thank you. Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'll be speaking on behalf of Mountain View UMB tonight. We are in support of the staff recommendations on the North Bay Shore Circulation Study. We are pleased that staff has recommended shifting enforcement to financial penalties rather than permit restrictions, given that we understand that financial feasibility of the housing projects are likely heavily dependent on the commercial properties being developed. We do concur that the fines from non-compliance should be fed back into projects that will be targeted to reduce single occupancy vehicle driving. We also support the city working with partnerships such as the TMA or VTA or the shuttle to create a viable public transportation system in Mountain View as critical to address traffic concerns as well as environmental concerns. and for pursuing a transit-rich designation that may provide grants and streamline and accelerate the project. I believe this is the first time a city has affirmatively tried to add more transit in order to get those kind of grants. Inherently, transportation is important, and I believe that the considerations of a faster light rail route, as well as perhaps a new bus route to the NASA Ames light rail station, will be good as an overall plan. And we are committed to make sure this plan succeeds. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Would anyone else like to provide public comment on this item? All right, I don't see any more hands, so I will bring the item back for council deliberation and action. I believe there were, I think, 9 recommendations. Is that right, Jim? Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So sorry if I'm still getting feedback here. I agree with most of the recommendations, but I have a question about the area that I have the most concern, and that is tying penalties and the TDM and the SOV rates to a specific development at a specific point in time. Would it be possible to have those as like a separate schedule, that when a development is approved, it's subject to that schedule that then we can modify when we need to? Because I don't want to run into the situation where we can't change something and yet the conditions are such that we need to change something. I don't know if staff has a perspective on that.
Sure. Ms. Cameron, should you answer that question, or Mr. Lightbody, would you want to?
I think this needs to go to our community development director.
Okay.
I believe, Councilmember Matichak, that when we set conditions of approval, we have to give the complete list of impacts and fees that are applicable to the development. And, you know, we might have to take that back to ask as a question, but if I had to answer it today, I would say that a condition of approval has to specifically state what the development would be subject to. We typically add CPI or CCI increases, and that we have the ability to do, but I haven't yet seen a project where the impact was unknown for a project, and we approved a project based on some future fee that was not identified as part of the conditions of approval.
Okay. So when Councilmember Hicks talked about, her vision was car light, I thought when I was saying I imagine cars were flowing freely, it is because there are not very many of them, because people are taking alternative forms of transportation or walking or other ways of getting around. And so I'm concerned that that isn't what we've sort of optimized for. And, I'm sort of hesitant to say, I totally support this plan without having looked at how could we make this more car light so that other forms of transportation are moved more, are used more. I will quickly add that I am concerned about relying on VTA to provide the public transportation when it doesn't seem like they've done a great job of that in the past. But I do know that the TMA and the City of Mountain View have done a better job. And so I would hope that we would continue to invest in those solutions rather than the VTA. But, I'm concerned that we're not optimizing for what maybe several of us or maybe all of us envision as what we want to see in North Bay Shore.
if I may just add, and maybe Dawn, you can add more color since you've been part of the circulation feasibility study from the start. The North Bayshore Precise Plan sort of envisioned this complete community, and that that the housing would help, reduce the number of trips, but it still set a target of 45% SOV. I think what the circulation study has done is kind of improved upon that to say, if we build out this development, even accounting for internalization rates, we think the 45% is not sufficient. And so we want to ratchet that and make it more car light by focusing on a reduced SOV rate. And we're not going to do it by holding up development, but we're going to do it development by development as it comes in by basically assessing this, basically requiring employers not only to include their project, but all their employees into this new SOV rate. So we're really trying to fashion a path forward that looks at car light. But I think we're trying to do something that's realistically achievable so that the vision is still implemented. Because part of this is to see how can we make it happen and happen in a way that's not just achieving the vision in the plan, but goes beyond it. And so I think staff is coming to you with this additional car light recommendation for the SOV rates, where we not only ratchet down the SOV rates for beyond the 45, but not only include the new development, but also include all the existing employees as part of it. So if Microsoft comes in, for example, they would be subject to this lower rate, but also they would have to pull in all their existing employees, for example, their current campus, which wasn't subject to it. So we're looking for a path forward here that goes beyond even the vision in the North Bayshore Precise Plan.
But do the simulations that were done include pulling in existing development at a lower SOV and you still have congestion? Or were the simulations before those, what you just said happens?
Jim can answer. I think we looked at the bonus FAR, right, Jim?
Yes, the simulations did factor in reductions across the board in terms of SOV, but the nature of those simulations is also that they're designed to somewhat portray a worst case situation so we can understand the potential impact. So we'd hope that the actual results would be better than what the analysis showed.
I would like to some of that color maybe that RT mentioned to point out a few things to recognize. 45% SOV rate was incredibly ambitious. You really don't see it in the Bay Area or other areas of California unless you're dealing with a huge major downtown like New York or something. Now we're saying we want to go down to 35 to 40% SOV rate. I mean, that is incredibly ambitious. Getting anything lower than that is, well, it's going to be quite an achievement that we can crow about nationally if we achieve 35 to 40%. I just want to point that out for context. Even with that, the simulations are saying that we would be at capacity at, pretty much very close to capacity at Shoreline and Ringsdorf gateways. So we are car light. I mean, to go to 35 to 40% is car light. That's different than when we're talking about the gateway capacities that we're trying to stay under those caps. And the other piece is the theory of induced demand, which is if we were to try to go with free flowing gateways, it can have the opposite effect of bringing people choosing more. It's easier to just choose to use their cars. So you're trying to find this balance of, you want to keep things moving smoothly, but you also want enough inconvenience and congestion that also helps people say, I don't want to be in my car. So we're always working with this balance. If you really want free-flowing gateways, I can bring you, it'd be major infrastructure we'll have to build, because it would be very challenging to do anything less than 35 to 40% SOV rates.
Yeah, I don't think I'm looking for additional infrastructure. I'm looking for really car light, and yet not a real negative impact on this side of 101 with a lot of backup at the 3 gateways. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So just to clarify, Councilmember Matacek, so I know you, did you make a formal motion there? Okay, it was questions. All right, great, thank you. Just wanted to double check. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I would like to bring up the idea of making membership in all the members of the TMA work on these things collectively, and that the and the city to do what we can. I suppose with people who don't have a new ministerial connection, maybe we don't have the authority, but to get it to be part of the TMA's rules to reduce the SOV and to share sort of proportionally the the work associated with that, being everybody doing their fair share, as Councilmember Hicks has stated repeatedly. I feel like if we build everything in just at the development phase, that doesn't allow for how traffic will change over time. Say 40 years after build out, or 20 years after build out, things could also change and be a problem. So I would like to explore that. I would like this, hopefully staff will explore the idea of how could we have it built into the TMA to self-regulate as an as a body, to self-regulate their traffic for the good of the whole. I mean, one of the things that we can say about all of these the corporations that we have in the North Bay Shore is they are marketing very loudly, and thank goodness they're doing it, their sustainability goals and their commitment to a planet where GHG reductions are less, sustainability ideas are strong. Anyway, I just think that we should work that idea for how they behave locally. The old idea about you need to act locally, advocate globally and act locally. I mean, that's really, I think, what we have to work to figure out how to do that. Anyway, with that, I am I would like to move the staff recommendation to approve the North Bay Shore Circulation Study Draft Report, which is attachment 1. And that includes the list of recommendations that are in the council report.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Showalter. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and second the motion, and if I can, just add a few comments. Again, I'd like to thank staff for this comprehensive report. I thought it was very well done and well written. I on the whole, do support the recommendations. I will say that I understand, but I am disappointed in the congestion pricing item. It's something that I think is gaining steam. I remember when we first talked about it, no one wanted it except me. Now I'm excited that more folks are looking at it. But I do understand that it is we're probably early in the movement. I will say, as Mr. Lightbody mentioned, some exciting things on the horizon. I'm as part of MTC. We have the Bay Area Infrastructure Financing Authority that is in charge of express lanes for much of the Bay Area express lanes. And we just passed a measure to conduct a pilot program for means tested tolling on the I-880 express lanes. So I think those types of studies are moving forward or pilot programs, and we should be learning and getting more data, and that should help us. And as we look at this potential project for our North Bayshore area. I do concur with the others. I've talked about paid parking or asked about paid parking and how we can implement it in North Bayshore. I continue to have a desire to do that. I understand the challenges because we don't control all of the parking out there. But if it can be included as one of the TDM measures, I think that is a good first step. It would also highlight, as mentioned, in terms of trip caps and congestion and delays and SOV traffic. As I think it was Mr. Lightbody or Ms. Cameron mentioned, and I remember seeing this actually back in the 2010 to 2014 era, when the economy was picking up again and congestion was increasing, people started actually taking like light rail, public transit. This was when I was on the BTA board, and it was because it was faster to get on light rail back then than to sit on 101 highway traffic. So I do think there's that balance, as mentioned. There's a fine tension there that I think that exists between making SOV flow freely or not making it flow freely, and encouraging alternative modes of transportation. So I think we can improve congestion, but at the same time, if we can continue to work on our bike ped projects to make it more attractive to take a bike or walk over, since it seems like it's been before COVID, it was really that last mile or half a mile or even a quarter mile that folks were taking their cars to get to work, but because the long hauls were being satisfied or addressed with the private shuttle services, but it was really it was anecdotal, but we heard about the folks who lived closest that were driving into their company parking lots. So I think in light of that, I hope we can encourage and continue to improve on our bike ped projects or move those forward. But we probably can't expect to have free flowing traffic, SOV traffic, if we really want to encourage alternative modes. And then finally, or actually a couple other things, the TMA role, I guess I'm still, I guess I just need to maybe understand better, because I know the city is a member. So I don't think, my understanding is we can't dictate what the TMA does. It's the membership that decides that. Of course, we can encourage the TMA to do things. We're a member, a voting member, so we have that kind of role, but it's not really our role to be able to say, you need to do this. But I do agree that I hope that the TMA will play that role in convening all of the different entities, encouraging the TMA to increase their public transit programs. MVGO sounds like it's been pretty successful. I know that when we started the TMA, we had looked at the Emeryville model, which was ended up offering shuttle service to the entire community as a result. And that was my vision or hope that we would get there. I think with the combining with our community shuttle, that can be more of a reality. So definitely would encourage that kind of effort with the TMA. Finally, in terms of public transit advocacy, I know you've heard me as I've re-engaged in the transportation world. I think there, everyone likes to bash BTA. I tend not to do that because I think BTA has done a lot of good things. I will say, and I was going to mention this in our announcements, but in terms of projects, we just approved, or the board approved last week, funding for Measure B funds for the interchange, the shoreline off-ramp realignment project, as well as a couple of other interchange projects. And also, we're in a new phase right now with BTA in light of what's happened this year, especially the shooting tragedy that occurred that effectively stopped light rail service for a while. I think there's a beginning of reimagining what public transit could be or should be. And so I'm hopeful, I remain hopeful that there is opportunity in the future. And I'll also say that in terms of transit service, I don't know if we can encourage VTA to increase their bus service in Mountain View, but perhaps we can look at grant funding for like the community shuttle. I believe our expansion was partially funded by, it was either VTA or MTC funds. As I sit on MTC and VTA, I do see a lot of grant opportunities that I think we could maybe look at. I know, our staff works really hard and has been overloaded, but hoping that with our new legislative consultant, there can be some help in looking at more grant funding opportunities. So that may be an avenue that we can pursue in terms of how we work with VTA. And then again, as I mentioned, it's not so much, or it's not just VTA, but working with MTC to ensure that we get our fair share of funding here in the South Bay so we can increase our transit service. So with that, again, I'll thank staff and look forward to supporting this motion.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Showalter, seconded by Councilmember Abe-Koga. Councilmember Hicks.
I want to add my thanks to staff, and I'll be supporting the motion as well. And I just wanted to emphasize my support for what a number of council members have been saying, but I guess in particular, council members Matichak and Showalter were saying maybe we can do more than just wait for the triggers to be passed and penalize people. I think we can, I hope that the city, whether it's through the MTMA or through the new transportation demand analysts or through through the legislative advocates that we've hired, that we can provide some robust leadership on moving some of these things forward before they become a problem, whether it's getting more public transit or some other more robust measures for alternative modes of transit, or for paid parking as well, some way to get that work, some of the things that can really make a big difference. So, I just, or maybe just sticking to 35% as a trigger rather than 35 to 40, but some way of getting ahead of the game, not waiting until nobody can get in and out, getting ahead of the game to get some of these things going. But I will be supporting the motion.
Great, thank you. Any other comments from colleagues? Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could include some of the comments Councilmember Showalter made about the TMA and including that the city of Mountain View is a member of it, take the lead on bringing forward the ideas, or do we have to have like a separate vote on that or something? I don't want that to get lost in this. Because I do think it's really important for the success of the area that we push forward with some of the ideas that we discussed here tonight. And, I don't want to lose that. So do we need to include that in the motion?
Through the chair and the mayor, if I may. So as I believe was acknowledged by one of the council members, we do have to remember that the TMA is a nonprofit corporation, membership funded. The city is a member. We do sit on the board. We have a vote, but we're just one vote. So the city is not able to, let's say, direct the TMA. However, what we have heard and we can take, and I don't know if you really need to make this part of the motion, is that you would like city staff participating on the TMA board to further engage the TMA and all the TMA members. And it's not just the staff person who is me that sits on the board, but all our other staff involved, our transportation team and so on, to have some real discussions with the TMA about them stepping up in terms of a leadership role, working with all their member agencies. And I mean, they've done a lot. I'm sure you've acknowledged that. Their MVGO shuttle system, which they were just ready to expand before COVID, they were adding a brand new route. It's free and open to the public. The subsidies they were providing to get people into carpools. There's quite a bit they've done, but it's not to say there's not more they can do, including in, one of the things I took away was engaging their members who are providing their own private shuttle buses of, is there more that they can do to come together in terms of their own private shuttle systems and sharing and helping to increase transit in the area. So as staff, we're going to take that as direction that you want us to re-engage the TMA and see if we can encourage them and light a fire to say, can you please start trying to do more?
Yeah, I think the TMA has done a great job. I don't want people to think they haven't, or that I'm saying they haven't. I think they've done a fabulous job. And so I view it as a good vehicle to do even more because they've shown they can do great things.
Great, thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Matichak? Okay, great. All right, so I think then we have the motion and we have the second, so I think we'll just call the question. City Clerk Glazer?
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Great, thanks everyone. All right, so that concludes item 7.1. So we can move on to item 8, council staff committee reports. Do any colleagues have anything to report here? Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. Just continuing from my earlier comments, I attended the VTA board meeting last week. A new chair for next year, 2022, was elected at Vice Mayor Chubby Jones from San Jose, and Vice Chair will be Mayor Rich Constantine from Morgan Hill. So there was an approval of Measure B funds for highway interchanges, and that included our 3 projects for Mountain View. So the Shoreline off-ramp realignment, the 237 Middlefield interchange, and the 101 interchange at San Antonio Road to Charleston Road and Ringstarf. I also attended the Sustainability Committee Council Committee meeting. I know that the 2 other committee members are here too. I'll let the chair maybe expand on the report. And then I wanted to just mention this air district related follow-up regarding the leaf blowers or the gas powered landscaping equipment. As you all probably know, the State Assembly Member Berman's bill was signed into law. I was just discussing with Air District staff implementation of that law, and learned that there actually was $30 million included for an incentive program to do the exchanges. 30 million isn't a whole lot for the entire state, but as you know, there's a budget surplus, and there's discussion about how to use that surplus. And so Air District staff said that they will be working on seeing if we can increase the funding for that incentive program. And then at the Sustainability Committee meeting, I was happy to hear that Silicon Valley Clean Energy has approved a pilot program for us in Mountain View to do the exchange program. So I know there were some emails I saw about whether, the state bill goes into effect 2024. Can we do something sooner? And frankly, it just takes a while to get these programs up and running. So at least there are these incentive programs. I think that is going to be the issue for because it could be financial hardship for some of the smaller business owners who use landscape equipment. So I think this is actually aligning quite well timing wise. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say ditto congratulations, Margaret, to being voted in as the chair of VTA. That's wonderful. No,
it wasn't me. It was Chappie Jones.
Yes. Oh, okay. All right. Well, anyway, thanks for and thanks for your service on it. I know you spent a tremendous amount of time and you built up a lot of know-how. Anyway, the sustainability meeting really was a great success. I just want to specifically thank all of the staff involved for the time and effort that they put in to getting just a tremendous amount of information available for us. And it was just really appreciated. So we had a great meeting. But on the flip side, apparently this was the first sustainability committee meeting in 2 years, and that's just too long a gap between meetings. So I hope we can have one much more quickly. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure we thank staff, Councilmember Hicks and Abikoga and I think we're all very impressed by the information that were shared with us and the recommendations. I wanted to just announce again that this Saturday we're having a bike ride along the Bay Trail to talk about the salt pond restoration and the various sea level rise protections that are being worked on there. And the ride's going to start at the Shoreline Lake parking lot at 10 o'clock. And then we're going to end there, hopefully maybe around 12. And those of us who want to can go to lunch at the Lakeside Cafe together. So I would just like to, invite everybody who might be interested to come. We're going to have John Marchand and Ray Wong from our staff taking part, as well as David Halsing, who is the executive director of the South Bay Shoreline of the South Bay Salt Pond program. So there'll be people with a lot of know-how on the trip to share what is happening. And hopefully we are also getting somebody who is a bird expert to help point out some of the wildlife that we might see. So that should be fun. And then kind of not the announcement part, but I wanted to, just as an item, ask about where the safe parking expansion of the Shoreline safe parking lot is. And I don't know if we would want to get a report back in the future, or the city manager can report at this point, but I would be interested in hearing that. It was certainly relevant to what we heard about earlier. Yeah, what we've heard earlier this evening.
So I'm a little bit confused, Councilmember Showalter. Are you making a motion for further information that you would like to do a straw poll on, or?
Yeah, I guess so. If that would be appropriate, or if staff has current information they could just share with us, that would be fine. But otherwise, a straw poll I'm interested in finding out what is the status of the safe parking expansion at Shoreline. I know we have talked about it in the past.
City Manager, yeah.
Thank you. So we have discussed it, and staff provided an update to council the last time about the spaces that were expanded were for the use of the Project Home Key site, 34 spaces at that time. And we did expand to put in, I believe, 10 or 11 more spaces at the site. And any further expansion would really need to be discussed with the county and also Live Nation. So they have resumed their concert season, and they are very much attuned to the spaces that they have there and that they want. We also are required to do various processes with the county and the state about remediation because it's a landfill site. So we have to have checks when we expand. So there's still quite a bit more work that staff have to do, but we did add more spaces, those 10 or 11 spaces. And so we will need to come back with further information about what to do. I will remind council that we have a homelessness strategy that we will be preparing when the human services manager, the new human services manager, comes on board. And part of that is looking at the safe parking program and the expansion. So that's the latest information that I have now, but we will certainly have more information once we can get this strategy up and going.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So since the last council meeting, I have participated in a number of board meetings as a board member. Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission, and the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. And then as council member, we had a couple of council committee meetings, the Council Policies and Procedures Committee meeting. And I believe the results of that will come to council maybe at our next meeting. And then we also had a Council Finance Committee meeting. And one of the things we discussed again at that meeting was the potential refinancing of any bonds we have outstanding. And I had asked the city manager if we could get an update on that. We had Mr. Takahashi provided information that really the only bonds that we could potentially look at are the shoreline, one of the shoreline bonds, because it's callable, but the others are not yet. And then I think the city manager had some additional information.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Matichak. So in terms of what's happening with the bonds and just timing, so if council would be interested in expanding, well, I should say looking at refinancing the shoreline community bonds, this would need to be added to your strategic roadmap action plan. We already have in the queue the potential Hope Street bonds that staff is anticipating doing in the first half of 2022, which is a significant workload. We're also doing the fee study and the TOT measure. And of course, as you all know, the budget development at the same time. So if council would be interested in staff exploring the refinancing of the shoreline bonds, it wouldn't be until the earliest fiscal year 22-23. And it would have to be put on the work plan, and then council would need to come back and assess the timing and feasibility of that. But that's really where we're at right now with all of the priority projects in the queue and another bond refinancing in 22, or not a refinancing, a new financing in 22.
Thank you. And that's it for me.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I'm glad to hear that Councilmember Abicoga and Showalter enjoyed the Sustainability Committee meeting. There were meaty issues for sure. And I was going to give just a couple of details of that meeting. we first talked about the transportation, of course, is the largest part of our portion of our greenhouse gas emissions, and lessons learned from the pandemic in terms of what we might be able to do given remote work and so forth, what we might be able to do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I thought it was staff produced a very, like I said, meaty and well-written report that all council members might want to read. But the two elephants in the room were that it was transit hesitancy and the fact that that remote work may get people to choose three elephants in the room. People to choose more sprawling housing, so be further away, and therefore greenhouse gas emissions go up, and that also if current employees are only coming into offices part-time, employers may just hire more people, and so there are a lot of problems for us to work through so that the outcome of what we've learned from the pandemic is not more greenhouse gas emissions rather than less. Also, Councilmember Showalter brought an item on sea level rise, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the major outcomes was that, of course, we can't mitigate sea level rise alone in Mountain View. We have to coordinate with our neighbors. So that there is forming a regional committee of elected officials, and Councilmember Showalter can be more precise on that than I just have been if she wants to be. And then the last thing we addressed was the possibility of accelerating our carbon neutrality goals to 2030. And the outcome of that is that staff is going to come back with a quick survey. That's not the kind of subject you can study over the next 5 years, or it'll be almost 2030. They're going to come back with a quick survey on what other cities are doing that council can work off of. So that's some quick summary of what we talked about. Thank you.
You froze there for a second, Councilmember Hicks, but I think you were saying that you were finished. So I think we're okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I don't want
history ending.
Yeah, leave us hanging. Okay, so thanks everyone for your reports. I just have a quick one. Last week I attended the Peninsula League of California Cities Peninsula Division retreat, where I'll be serving on the board as the treasurer this year, and also attended the League of California Cities Board of Directors meeting, where I'll be serving on the board for the next 2 years as a member. They added the 5 diversity caucuses, and I'm representing the Women's Caucus. And I think that concludes item 8, so we'll move on to item 9, which is our closed session report. City Attorney Chopra, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have one item to report. Council met earlier in closed session on item 2.3 and unanimously voted to direct the city attorney to reject the claim of Tal Patricia Sanders. And that concludes my closed session report.
Great. Thank you so much, City Attorney Chopra. And I'd also like to note that our upcoming meeting, the school resource officer item previously slated for the December 14th City Council meeting has been deferred to the Council's January 25th, 2022 meeting. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew. And we'll move on to item 10, which is adjournment. Thanks so much for joining us. And our next City Council meeting for the year will be held next Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. Until then, stay healthy, and our meeting is adjourned at 9:40 p.m. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you.